Good morning, guys. Support and resistance on SPX when you get a chance. 55-50. That's all that matters here. What do you mean is coffee the name of a woman? It's too early for this shit, Rims. I'm getting it. All right. I think yesterday Powell made it very clear they were thinking about cutting rates and that we should be alerted to that warning. Yeah, yeah. They're thinking about maybe doing something at some point, sometime that they're still considering. Well, yeah, mostly bullshit about more data needed, which made things tricky, right? They advanced their narrative on the progress of inflation, but they clearly have not hit whatever their target is for making that decision official. I'd be bullish despite yesterday's outcome. I don't think so. It's in, I mean, it's still in a supportive range. So, I mean, as far as the options chain goes here, it's in a pretty good spot. Although I think most of the out of the money calls took profit yesterday. Hello, EPAM. It's doing pretty good. Thinking about looking at data to think about thinking about looking at more data to think it over. Yeah. Thanks for reminders about stops. I got enough to take my son to the amusement park in 45 minutes. Everyone remember to like the stream and take profits. Congrats, Danarchy. Have a good day, man. Is BOV going to pressure Dixie then? It should help push the dollar up. I mean, it is helping push. The dollar's back above 104 today. Um, Pushing up against the yen too. So yeah, it's helping. It's helping stabilize that. Dollar's up like 32 points against the sterling right now. Not back above that like 104.65 level, but it's a turnaround. Is IWM likely to continue up from here? I think if they'd been more vocal about rate cuts, maybe. Um, I don't think they were sufficiently, and so probably not. Is it a good day to buy calls and forget about them? I didn't see your other messages. I don't think. Wait, no, there's one. You said because that's what I'm gonna do. That's all I see. Maybe it's because top chat? Nope. Yep, the only message I see from you is at 9:38 a.m. and you said because that's what I'm gonna do. But I mean, we're back over 55.50, which is I think significant. I said, should I buy calls and fuck off? But Dak with a F, so maybe that's why. Yep, that'll do it. I like spicy food, but spicy food doesn't like me. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Gary. How much room to the upside do you think Carvana has left? To the upside? It's a good question. Let's see. Oh. 46. Gamma Max is at like 60. probably 60, maybe 65 if those continue to build out of the money. Gold 2,500. Holy moly. Yep. Is it time to start buying more T notes than T bills? I would say the demand for them is going up, yeah. I mean, if there's a rate cut expectation, that's what you would expect. Kind of upside to this new bull run. I was hoping for a deeper dip. 5,600 is going to be quite a wall, I think. But if we do get above that, longer term, I don't know, like 57.50-ish maybe. Between the Fed and Treasury announcements, do you think we're in for another quarter to 6 months of pumpies? I think another quarter. I'm not sure if we'll get 6 months out of it, but I don't think it's gonna just be straight pumpies. I mean, total leverage in the system is gonna reduce. So unless we get a lot of other central bank rate cuts, that are gonna prop the dollar, it's gonna be hard to leverage up that carry trade more. We may just see it de-risk as chances increase for a U.S. cut, right? So does VIX drop if SPX goes above Vega neutral? No, not necessarily. It's Vega exposure. It has nothing to do with VIX, really. VIX is the like pricing of a spread in contracts like 28 to 23 to 32 days out on SPX. So it's not really a measure of, it's definitely not a measure of Vega exposure. Would now be a nice time to start entering shorts on DAX. I'm shorting Nikkei. I don't know about DAX. Their inflation's still kind of going up. But now we're stuck in a bullish range. Well, now we're in, it's not stuck. We're just in it. We're in the bullish range. Like, the bounce stops becoming a bear rally when you get back above gamma neutral, right? So, that's where we're at. My QQQ strangle got crushed hard. Did it matter that much? Or was it like a 60-point overnight move? How wide was it? It should be like, I don't know how. I don't know why you shouldn't strangle probably QQQ unless vol is extraordinarily high, but and rising. But you'll probably get more event vol into the end of the day today. Does Meta have a lot of room to the upside after earnings? They killed it, but I want to know if it's going to revert back under 500. In the short term, I fucking doubt it. Do you think 5,600 is doable today, or just trying to scalp? We have a pretty solid ramp to the upside, but unfortunately, not a lot of that is zero DTEs yet. So we'll need to see if that fills in or not. But yeah, I mean, it's possible today. Getting 55.75 earlier rather than later would go a long way towards that. And not losing 55.50, because if we lose 55.50, shit's gonna get pretty ugly. But there's some farther dated calls that were picked up yesterday, so there's a decent amount of delta to the upside, but not a ton of gamma to the upside yet. Whether that turns into a scalp or not, I'm not really sure. I mostly bought it just to capture an overnight gap up if we moved up harder. But semi earnings were a little bit mixed, and then Meta's earnings were good. So we got a bump, just not a very strong one. Also, this morning's data was kind of all over the place. I think it's supportive of a rate cut, but its productivity was up, which is kind of inflationary. Challenger job cuts were way down, so still some strength in the labor market. There's a gap between 5620 to 5700. Is that significant? I feel like it's too far away to be considered fillable. But bears are relentless, and I wouldn't doubt their ability. Wait, what? You mean 5667 and 5607? Are you talking about that gap? The $60 gap to the upside on SPX? I don't think the SPX gap matters much. We filled, I think we filled or almost filled the ES gap, which is probably a lot more significant. We have a reversal on ES, like a fairly strong one. July 16. Yeah, that's that's 67 to 5607. I don't think that there's a the fact that there's a gap there matters much at this point because it's, you know, been quite a while. Those losses have already been realized, right? There might be longer dated calls that are still up there, but not many. Was that a rejection off of ES 5600? Yeah, we've had a few of those now. A little bit of a tough level to crack. But as long as like 5585 remains supportive, I don't think we'll have too much of a problem pushing up through it today. Also, dispersion on the shorter time frames is getting pushed a little bit. So, I mean, tech's doing well. Forward yield on volatility is falling back towards zero. It's still slightly positive, like 1%. Bond vol was coming down. Tail risk was being pulled back. So, those kind of indicate that we should see probably some vol shorting and some push into dispersion, which benefits tech, and you know, well, that's a significant chunk of the SPX. IWM, IWM on the other hand, not so hot. Dow's not looking too great, but it's okay. And VIX is coming down. VIX 3 month not coming down a lot yet, so most of the vol selling like 30 days out rather than 90. We drop back through GN on jobs data that supports cuts tomorrow. I think we're more likely to drop back on data that shows overheating, right? Tighter financial conditions would not be good here. Yeah, we have ISM manufacturing coming up. That's going to be important for today. Just because this morning's data was kind of all over the place. Also, Bank of England cut rates this morning. I don't know if I mentioned that. S&P PMI was right at the estimated level. Looks like manufacturing PMIs dropped. Ooh, quite a bit. 46.8. Manufacturing employment fell 43.4. That's a big deal. Construction spending down again and way below estimates. Manufacturing new orders also down quite a bit. Prices up. So that's inflationary despite the drop in spending and employment. Looks like PPI is not easing. Ooh. How rough is that gonna be? Hmm. A little bigger effect on Dow. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, it's still support. Let's slap the dollar back down a little bit. Rate cut expectations kind of nosedived on Fed fund futures this morning a bit from yesterday's high. Shaved off like 10 points by January. QQQ gives a shit. Probably not good data for IWM. Nvidia's still pushing up. Google's having an okay day. Apple feels massively overvalued. That doesn't look so hot. Interesting. Hold hold 55.50 and crush RV day. Yeah, that's very possible. I don't know. We're past the data. We could see some some of the event vol get shorted off here, but not particularly fond of losing 55.50. There's a tiny bit of support here, but it's not very strong. And the 55.50 put wall's pretty big. Opens up a lot of opportunity to fall back to gamma neutral, or even fall back below gamma neutral. We're not quite far enough away from that for it not to act as kind of like a draw. Yeah, I mean, that's a failed breakout on the ES, or failed reversal at 56.01. And if we lose 55.60 ES, that's pretty bearish. Kind of slipping. Do I get a pullback or a bounce? Bounce. Mm. It's an awful lot of chop. This is super fucking grindy. Jesus Christ. We printed both sides of the straddle today. Looks like it. That's the gap filled. No bounce. Ooh. Just keep going. It's delta gamma neutral. What's delta neutral at today? It dropped. I know that. It's like 54.90 something. 54.91. Long-term trend on ES. It's gonna be like the 54.50 test. All right. Turn that around a little bit. Huh? Oh, I didn't get a fill. Hmm. Resistance at 25. Vol's getting shorted. Not a lot of positive gamma here. I'm pretty sure we're negative on the 0 DT too. Some futures buyers at 55, 60, but maybe not enough of them. Weak bounce on QQQ or NQ. See if the vol shorting continues. How strong is 220 on IWM? Pretty strong. But yeah, if it breaks below that, like 217, 215 are important. Back under gamma neutral. VIX almost back at 17. This is the test of the long-term trend. So if we're gonna get support somewhere, it might as well be here. Not a fucking bull trap though. Hmm. Son of a bitch. $5,500. Damn, bulls really fucked this up. I don't think the ISM data was that bad. Mm. Did Todd wake up? No. Everyone piling into bonds plus reduced leverage. Well, everyone piling into bonds improves leverage a little bit. The 5-year, the 10-year dropped below 3.9 or 4.0. Holy shit, that's just plummeting. How low can we go? 50, well, 55. I mean, delta neutral's at 54.91. Not sure 5,500's all that supportive here. It might be a bit. Shit, bad. IWM's down 200, almost 200 basis points. RSP's down 68. Dow's down 75. Yes, and NQ are near support. Are they? I know. I feel like ES fell through support. It's almost 100 basis point drop in like 30 minutes. There's still some out of the money call interests at like 55.30. But we need to get over the flat gamma at like 15.20. So a break up above 10 is probably a little bit bullish. But not a lot. It looks like we're gonna lose like 5,500 here. 55.30-ish. Yeah, 55.30's decent support, but we're not very close to that yet. Also, that puts us below or like right at delta neutral, which is not very supportive, right? I didn't fix my screen. This is the same shit, okay? This, same thing. Nice, dude. What if we fill yesterday's gap? Well, we're still a long way away from that, but possible, I guess. Seems weird to pull back before NFP. And we already like failed the like head and shoulders overnight on ES and then recovered and then just failed again. Mm. V's are kind of hard from here. While still going up. Seems like a big bear trap. I don't know about that. Seems like bulls slipped and fucking lost all the ground they gained yesterday. What the fuck do we go if we lose DN? This is fucked. 75, 70? Yeah, 30 didn't turn out to be very supportive on EOS. This is getting fucking destroyed. Sweep the leg. Almost even on my straddle. Nice. Any chance of a V soon? Well, they're shorting vol here, so they might try to reverse it before we fall under DN. But we already slipped DN a little bit. It's not in a very strong position. A better chance of a bounce is like profit taking on the put side than anything to do with bulls turning it around. Mm. NQ 19320. IWM still slipping. IWM fell back below the long-term trend too. Calling it, we closed the day flat. $55.25. I can see that happening. I don't know. We're starting to get puts out of the money though. It's quite a lot of puts at 54.95 already. And then we're getting a lot more at like 80, 75, 70. Is it a bear rally now? Yeah. Not a very long-lived one either. As soon as I buy a put, I mean, I'd be careful here. If we get back above 95, things get a little bit more bullish. Not a lot, but a little. And they're trying to short vol here. That explosion and out of the money puts is probably selling. The up-down intraday swings seem extreme given VIX 16. Yeah, I mean, a little bit. Realized vol's affected by close over close, right? Could you never play the Little Feet song again? I was depressed all the rest of the day. Hmm. Sell off into the next pile of puts. This is fucking crazy. And KRE puts are printing. Nice. Next support on SPX. 80? Maybe 85 is supportive. I don't think futures 55.20 is all that. Yeah, we might get a little bit of support here. I don't think we're going to, because it looks like we still have a ton of sell pressure, but I guess it's possible. That's bearish as fuck, man. Holy shit. If we push into 80, probably like 70. Because this is where we start squeezing off the sold puts that they just sold to try to turn this around. QQQ 19.2. Because it doesn't look like 19.3 is very supportive. Yep, this is gonna start pushing into the puts. VIX almost back to 18. That was quick too. I hope that one dude didn't buy calls and walk away. Well, I think crypto would set stops. Above NVIDIA 117p. I can't close until tomorrow. Fingers crossed, Amazon and Apple have trash earnings guidance. Can you hedge off your gains? Like, can you can sell something against it without using the trade, if that's what you're worried about. Mm-hmm. Fall's still going up though. Oh, it's fucking terrible. They're trying to keep the 80 puts from getting squeezed out. One second. Yeah, I'm not sure QQQ's done selling off. Apple back to 220. Microsoft's still up. Even Meta lost a decent chunk of its gains. Microsoft doesn't seem to give a shit. Get a little support at 19,250. And then I don't know. Kind of looks like vol's gonna go back up again. Do you have an AI unwind carry trade song? Not right now, I don't know. I don't even about to slip 217. Yep. Gets kind of wrecked under that, by the way. I guess you should have kept the 215 IWM puts. Yep. Maybe everyone waited to de-risk the carry until after JPOW, or all the trades are settling today. I don't think it's so much that as like, I mean, ISM's showing inflationary pressures, right? Which is really, really bad for Russell, especially like if there's not going to be a cut, then everybody who piled into breadth is going to run away to bonds, which looks like exactly what's happening today. Like Dow's down 122 points, Russell's down 300 points. Sold at a test of 55.65, bought puts when we lost 50. Okay, nice. Well done. Starting to get a little bit of a reversal. Gets more bullish over 85, but then there's resistance at 95. Oh, it's getting rejected. You can do it, bulls. Mm. If this fails, it's big bear. Especially if it fails 85. Sold a few minutes ago. Do you think that's wise or just missed out on 44.50? No, the bulls are getting a little bit of stability here. They didn't get squeezed out yet. If this fails, they will, but I mean, you don't want to hold through whatever bounce they manage to facilitate here because it could be pretty big. Vol's high enough that the swings are going to be pretty wide. How long does business inflation take to reach the consumer? That's the problem, right? Is it? It's it's maybe not. Businesses don't want to lose any more market share, so they don't want to be, pricing up against their competition. Does the narrative flip back to bearish or just less bullish? Seems like a ton of work that was undone and maybe had to recapture. Mm, this is pretty bearish. I mean, we're back below DN, which is nasty. The broker said my account's a PCO only because my new client account for him hasn't been updated since 2018. I think for regulation they have to do it every year, right? For the carry trade to unwind, do you have to have a crash? I mean, yeah, given the amount of leverage in it, I would say so. It's more about who unwinds their position and when. Well, someone starts unwinding it, and more people are going to start to unwind it. Okay, that's nice. Good job, Maeve. What's the difference between pretty, very, and extremely bearish? Or very far from extremely bearish. That would be like below DN on the monthly. So that's really not a concern right now. That just gapped down. Ooh, we're gonna push the short puts. Maybe I should be a little wider here. Eh. That's not just gonna sell right back off again. Double bottom. It's inflationary, but maybe not to the consumer. So rate cut would help businesses, but also probably further increase consumer inflation. Yeah. I think that, I mean, that's the worry, right? You cut rates and then inflation rises, especially like, yeah, PCE and CPI. Can you look at SMCI? What about it? Looks like it's starting to break away from 700, but it's still got a ton of options interest there. No, it was a bear flag, and then it broke down and formed a double bottom. It's also a higher low. Nikkei's dumping, Bitcoin dumping, banks dumping. Yep. I don't think you're wrong. They're trying to turn the dispersion trade around at all. Uh, yeah, correlation's pushing back a little bit, but holy fuck did it snap the other way. All the short vol just gave up. Forward yield on vol moved back to 4.3. Fucking piece of shit. I'm gonna start to push into the short puts now. Yep. Where does that take us? 70? Could take us all the way to 50. Double top SPX. No. Where? I don't have the capital to keep getting back in. Advice on what? You didn't ask a question, you're just making statements. It doesn't matter what they go to. It just matters that you make money. I mean, after we hit like 55.15, the trend got choppy as fuck. Hmm. Doesn't look like NQ is gonna stop selling off here. It's eventually gonna weigh down on SPX. And we push into the 70 sold puts. Out of the money puts, are we getting anything? We're getting a bit of a ramp down to 50, sub 65. Pretty close to 5,500 here. Buyers. Maybe left an upside gap. Flatten button. Order entry. Have order entry. Huh. Still selling the 70 despite us being right against it. $65. QQQ sold off to 19,189. So that's major support. No, that's kind of major support. 177.57. 177.50. Should be a pretty straight shot to 50. NQ's pushing for 19 now. Tesla's cliff diving. Yep. Gets a lot worse for it under 220. Kind of bullshit support. VIX 18. I was hearing so much shit talking from bulls this morning, and now all I hear is silence. Bulls had all the advantage going into market open. Meta's losing 500. Everything back? Jesus. Was yesterday just another short-lived bear rally? It is now. Things are getting crashy. When does CTA start selling again? Below 54.46. Then the next level would be like 52.64. About a call when everything looked bullish. Old me would have stopped there and maybe over leveraged another call. Instead, I bought a put, set a stop on my calls. Thanks to the green day. Nice, dude. F is for friends that do stuff together. Thoughts on Big Red? Laugh a little longer, stay a little longer. Longer with Big Red. It's very Big Red. This is the new norm. $100 range days. I hope so. It's making my overpriced straddles really good. $54, $58. I feel like things should really be slowing down here. Well, that's fantastic. Hmm. I don't know. Bulls are trying to get support again. I don't think they want to lose 54.50. Fucking VIX went up so fast. Out of the money puts are building too. Below 50. We have a gap at 73. If we push back above the sold puts at 70, we can move back up to like 80 again. Because those sold puts are still in the money. A little bit of a bounce on NQ. What's up with the big volume spike on IWM around 217? Trying to stop the fall? Yeah. 217 is a support. Well, like 217.50 on IWM, so it's a fairly important level. If it loses 215, there's very little support, if any. Although I'm not too sure that the support on IWM is not just gonna fall off. Yeah, I think that keeps selling regardless. It looks like people are pulling out of that trade pretty rapidly. Hmm. How about you destroy rims and Tims that he's permanently caps locked? I don't know. Can you eyeball Intel when you get a chance? Why is everyone trying to play that stock? It looks fucking terrible. Like it's going back to like 26. The sell-off's losing a little bit of volume, but not much. It's below DN. Falls climbing. How the fuck did I fill on that? I didn't even fucking trade there. Push for 72. 72, 82. Shorting vols back under 18. The bounce on NQ still looks really weak. This might end up forming like a head and shoulders. SPX 5460s. I'd be patient. Holy shit, resistance there is really strong. Squeezing back up through those puts. Still getting vol shorting. Alright, let's see if we get rejected here. Still having a really hard time getting an actual fucking reversal. $54.70 strong resistance. Yeah, but we broke it. Can push back up through. We're starting to push back into the in the money puts. If we get above 80, we can get back to like 5,500. Suppose we could also get rejected there, though. Still not a reversal yet till we get back above 54.87. $55.19 is pretty important. 19 or just 20? 2025. Back above the long-term trend. So we bounced from just under the long-term trend. That's still a pretty fucking weak bounce. Why is 85 the reversal level? That's where we start pushing the sold puts out of the money. Oh, failing. Yeah, so this is probably turning into a head and shoulders. Ball's picking back up again. 1764. Let's see how dispersion looks. They're still trying to turn correlation around a bit. So far, it's working. Carry trade's still deleveraging, but dollar's pushing up, which is maybe turning things around a little bit. Barely. Fill a small gap, then drop. We'll see. The gap's filled already, I think. But and the money puts good for the bulls. On the upside move. So there's more strength in the upside move because the puts, like the puts are being pushed out of the money and they're mostly sold. So as long as we're trending up, they'll benefit and they'll make the downside grindier. Close enough that we could push above 80 here. If we push above 80, we could get a breakout. We failed to get a head and shoulders, which is pretty bullish, right? Like we didn't pull back to trend. So we're pushing for more of the reversal. Or watch the 87 level, I guess. I'm gonna get rejected at every fucking tick. God damn. 5488 final boss might slap us down. It's possible. I mean, we're under delta neutral, so, I mean, reversals should probably fail before they fully mean revert. They're pumping the shit out of this one, but that doesn't mean it's going to be successful. And it's not that far to get back under 70 again, where things get way more bearish. Put the 5,500 and the money first. I don't think we get back to 5,500. Maybe like 95. Because 5,500 is going to be resistance now. Yeah, we're still bear flagging. It's just higher now. Test. Fail. Dumps. Oh, that fucking failed. So if we lose ES 5500. Decent amount of sell volume. Turns out the real pump was the friends we made along the way. Bulls are in a bad spot here. Defense Department said Iran and allies are going to attack Israel in the next 72 hours. Yeah, why is oil going down today? Is it going to recover or what? It's down like 100 points. I know it ran like 500 points yesterday, but this is kind of it, right? Like either we bounce here or we don't. Away from these fucking wiki candles. Oh. Vol still going up. 30-year mortgage dropped to 6.73. 4-year auction bid to cover 2.87. 9.37% of the bid at high. And we're now back to pricing in 0.69 rate cuts. So rate cut expectations are rising, but IWM and Dow are falling. So someone thinks we're slipping into a recession. Like manufacturing PMIs weren't great, but fuck. Could we get just like less fucking support at 60? Dinosaur blood to the moon. Also, if you could pick one cryptid to be real, which one would it be and why? I have cryptid. Hmm. I don't know. I know what a cryptid is. I just leprechaun. Leprechaun would be cool. Is a leprechaun really a cryptid though? It's more like a fairy. Pikachu. Mothman's kind of cool. I don't think it messes with anyone in the lake. I was told my roommate that Santa's my favorite cryptid, and now he's yelling at me. New low PT after the bear flag. 50. I mean, that's kind of where this is headed, right? If we'd actually get a fucking breakdown. God damn it. Mm, that looks kind of bearish. So does that. That is not doing much actually. Ooh, let's go. But let's go. I mean, let's trade in a 50-cent range for another fucking 20 minutes. Fucking damn it. Ooh. We did get a lower low. Is there anywhere to get any fucking momentum here or what? There we go. That's kind of nice. Hmm. 54.32. So we start losing 50. It's a little bit of support at 45. So that blue line on SPX. But if we lose 45, I think we're going back to 5,400. Do it. Let's see. Let's see if we get support here first. This is bullish consolidation, so we're running out of pressure, and we haven't lost 45 yet. I'd like to make sure that that's actually going to break out. Is today's reversal a signal for the longer term? I mean, we haven't quite filled the prior day's gap yet, or gotten a new low. But I think if we get under like 53.90, that's fairly significant. Um, yeah. The next like major level on SPX is like 53.75. It's not, well, I don't, it's not a major level. This is, right now we're on like the 200 MA or 50 MA, 50 MA on the daily. So we might get a little bit of a bounce here. But yeah, I'm watching like 53.75 and 52.64 over the longer term. 52.64 is where we've then reversed the breakout from the last correction, which is pretty significant. So from the April correction, after we broke out from that, 52.64 is where we fall back below that. Where's the meatball? The meatball is getting relatively close to today's bottom. There's still some room to move down. Things get really tight around 53.40, so we still have a lot of room, but we'll probably get, I mean, I would say that we already have gotten, but we'll probably get more stair steppy as we kind of move under 54.50. Yeah, that could have shifted. There's some 0 DT puts there. So I guess we could pick up a lot of negative gamma under 40, but we'd still have to get under 40. So maybe like a small breakout, lower high, and then see if we get a continuation. Oops. I didn't even realize I fucking... Son of a bitch. Yeah, we probably retest 5,500 here on ES on the bounce, which should be like right there. If we don't, if we fail before 5,500, or we don't break the wedge here, that's pretty bad. And there does seem to be some sell pressure around like 54.95. It is weak. Or, I mean, not even so much that it's weak. It's just really hard to push up from here anyway. Hmm. So I'll go long the breakout, go short the breakdown. Tesla massive support at 221, but still pushing down. Tesla's got a shitload of support at 220, and they're longer dated, so it's going to be kind of a pain in the ass to break through that level. IWM data, any more room to the downside? Yeah. Yeah, it has plenty of room to the downside. If it loses 215, it's got like no more support at all. You guys know you can request the data on that thread we gave you, right? Uh, yeah, plenty of delta falling out of the money under 215, even just under 217 really. Gamma not doesn't really pick up a lot under 215, but there's more than enough there to get down to 210. Also, IWM fell below gamma neutral, which was at 221. Delta neutral's at 213. One second. What thread? The link you posted an announcements a couple of days ago, it says no access. I know. Well, some people have access to it. You didn't short the Nikkei with the carry unwinding? VIX to 20, VIX to 20, VIX to 20. It's a lot of weakness. I mean, it's a little bit crashy. That's just the way it is. Even this bounce off of like what should be like a fairly solid support is kind of dog shit. There it was, the call. That was the last time they ever saw Gherkin. He retired to Long Island and his newly renovated house. Well, the house itself isn't renovated, just the. Just. Well, I guess it kind of is. I mean, just like the pool and the heating system. Made rent for this month on IWM puts, and I have 2 free runners. Fuck yeah, man. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear it, dude. Can you give a brief description of why downs? Positioning collapsed. Unstable meatball. I don't think they're aggressively shorting vol right now. I mean, we're getting like 1 to 2% intraday moves. VIX should probably be higher, but not necessarily a lot. What percentage of a port should be devoted to GoEV $2 CSPs? I feel like I should stop, but it's so tempting. I mean, how much GoEV are you willing to own? I feel like it kind of answers itself. Dad, where's Todd? He's trying. When Hal 50? I don't know. Ridiculous question. So, not enough binder in the meatball. No, the viscosity of the sauce was very thin. Pool party at JFresh's hot tub. You gotta ask your mom for permission. Too much breadcrumb in the meatball will definitely make it unstable. Crumbly, even. The meatball itself is intact. Zero. There are a lot of zero DTE puts that will get squeezed out from now until 4 p.m. We've squeezed through most of the short puts. They're gonna accumulate more here, right? Because we have another layer of support. And so they'll try to sell puts out below this, maybe not as aggressively as they tried to do it earlier and failed. The sold puts above us are still in the money and haven't been closed, so those really haven't been squeezed out either. If they can get a push up off of the support, then it really depends on if they can get those sold puts back out of the money. If they can, we could get a big swing to the upside. So far, they've been wildly unsuccessful in accomplishing anything remotely like that. And it looks like they're losing their support again. It's almost like the persistent selling just never stops. Have you spoken about shorting Carvana yet? I still have some runners on it. I took most of my profits before earnings. I probably wouldn't short it unless it or add to that anything unless it fell below 140 again. That's where it starts to get a little weaker. And I also have to see how repositioning comes in after it went up fucking whatever it went up overnight, 10% or some bullshit. Ben, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Barely Bearish. Welcome to Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Guys, give Ben a shout out for hooking you up. 5450 is my arch nemesis. I'm not doing anything until we pick a direction. That's fair. I mean, it's a major. This is 5450 is a major level, so that's probably best to not do anything unless you can confirm something. Am I gonna take my own advice? No. I assumed a lot of sold calls got wrecked. Puts? Apple and Amazon earnings is going to save the market. I don't really expect either of those to be that great. Amazon, I think it's going to boil down to how they do on cloud services, because nobody's been doing well on anything on the consumer side, and Apple's fully exposed to the weakening in the consumer. So they gained a little bit of ground back in China the last quarter, but they're still not doing well. And the Chinese consumer is also not doing great. New low. Ball's going up. NQ is pushing for 19. Haven't lost 45 yet, but if we do, it gets pretty ugly. Gonna push another new low here. Next stop, 54.65. Yes. Can't be good. A little bit of support back at 45. Still trying to save it a little bit. Vol got hit. Where does this end? Maybe like 54.25 would be the next SPX level. Although I'm pretty sure if we end up there, we're probably going to 5400, given enough time. You said that before, Abe's. I read that. Did I read it? Yeah, I read it when you wrote it before. Why are we moving down so hard today after we pumped above 55.50? Is it just momentum dragging us down after losing the major resistance? Yeah, it's also all those short puts that got sold yesterday getting squeezed. So you know how, when we have like a drop and we squeeze like, and then we bounce super fucking hard and squeeze out all the long puts that roll in because we had a drop, right? When everybody buys the bottom. It's the same thing, but the other way. Is Jork gonna win the prediction? Maybe. We'll have to see what happens with the NFP tomorrow. Ugh. But if he does win, it's just because he chose a lower close than me. We really need a better way of choosing how someone wins, because it just turns into like playing the spread on the close of the week. I don't know if I asked that right. Is Prime Day included in their recent earnings, or is it the next one? Oh, it'll be the next earnings. It's their Q3 earnings. DBS, welcome back to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Nice, making use of that Cornichon coupon. So we had a bullish foothold, but they lost it at 55.50 foothold, and we've just been slowly squeezing down. Yeah, well, not slowly. We've dropped like fucking 250 BPS today, but we've been moving down. Yeah, Soxel's down a lot. $250 bips so far. Fair. Yeah. We're losing 43. This is pretty bearish. One second. right. Oh. Okay. What the? I'm tired of all these goddamn distractions. All right, where were we? Plunge protection team trying to recruit Gherkin. A little bit. I don't know why we're getting support here at 75. Selling puts. So selling the 25 and 15 put. Guess we still really want to lose 40, right? I want that to be a little bit higher. I don't want to play some shitty bounce again. There we go. Careful with NQ, it's about to test 19. Remember when you said Joby might need another week on it? Yeah, I sold the August 16s. What's it doing today? Dying? Nice. Except for that one guy that's been long it forever. I feel bad for him. NQ lost 19. Hmm. This is a reversal. Well, the start of one. Hmm. Still short and vol. Um. Hmm. Breakout failed. Right. Vol's going up. NQ's still holding 19 though. Just selling more squeezable puts. Yeah, I don't know if they're selling enough of them. NQ needs to turn around. I think for any bounce, like any bounce that's gonna happen here, it needs to be ES and NQ. It can't be one or the other. And SPX is like significantly weaker. One second. No, I'm not sick. NQ's failing 19 now. VIX is pushing up. Was this the start of round 2 of the correction? Reversing a reversal is pretty bearish. Yeah, it's very bearish. Exceptionally so. Tim Apple, my nuts are in your hands. Face per end of day with profit taking? I don't know how much actual put buying there's been. Maybe. If we get to like 5,400, I could see us getting like a really strong bounce, but a lot of our downward movements just squeezing out short puts. It's the 25 test almost. Uh, Mag 7 in shambles. Yep. This is a good place to get a bounce, though. If we're gonna get like a profit-taking bounce, I would say it would be here, because this is where the long puts were, from like 40 to 25. Except there's also a lot of long puts under 25. NQ looks like dog shit. Yeah, 65 was the major support. Next downside support is like 35. VIX is starting to get high enough that no one wants to sell puts anymore. This is fucking crazy. Zuck said AI? I don't understand. I don't think anticipations are particularly high for Apple to beat earnings or Amazon. Where is Tesla's next support after 220? Um, 208? Eh, 213. 213. Sorry. It's the wrong day. Won't this Apple report be the one that includes the Vision Pro sales? I wonder how that'll go. Didn't they like discontinue the product? I'm gonna go with not well. I think Jimmy has found support here. It's probably gonna fall below. Well, I don't know. We've got ETF FTDs coming up. Um, End of this week into next week. Well, actually, today into next week, like next Thursday. So maybe it gets a little bounce. Might be support for now. But after ETF FTDs are done, it's probably gonna fucking dump. There's like almost no delta left on the chain anymore. This unwinding of the short vol trade and what we've been waiting for, or are we just gonna rip face 300 BPS tomorrow after everyone is done positioning? This is definitely like a large unwinding of dispersion and the short vol trade. It's undoubtedly unwinding. How much more it's gonna unwind, we don't know. It could be a lot. Could be, not. I'm gonna be away next week. Can you tell Kenny that I'm okay if he crashes the market? Also, win bear song. No bear songs. If we lose 20, we'll probably go to 5,400. I'm not sure they can catch the knife here. Okay, maybe they can. Does that make a difference? What if we get about 30? It does. Play what? See, all we have to do is talk about the bear song and the fucking market starts going up. What's wrong with you guys? How about a bear song now? But then the market will go back down again. A pretty strong bounce. Hmm. NQ still hasn't recovered 18.9. Or 19, rather. Just a little bounce off 18.9. Is that the prior low? No. We hit 18,726 before. Hmm. Hmm. Stop acting like you don't want SPX 5264 ASAP. I mean, I don't care if it happens right away. I'm in escrow as of yesterday. Congratulations, I guess. UK futures are down like 6%. Mm-hmm. Did you sell CCs yesterday? Yes. Not very many. I think 20 at 115. Nice, crypto. Well done. How's Fubo liquidity looking with this drop? Tuesday is earnings and the lawsuit begins. Well, I think they're deciding on if the lawsuit's going to be heard, right? But Fubo's pretty fucking illiquid. Sell the rip kind of day. Keeps kind of turning into that, yeah. These failed bounces are disastrous for the Bulls. Every time we bounce, they start like just jamming all their money into sold puts, and then they get fucked immediately. People need somewhere to live. Who? Home prices are starting to go down. I I said 2 years ago the housing market takes forever to correct. It's not a fast process. It's still better to own than rent. It depends on what your rent is and what the property taxes are and how many repairs the house needs. Did you see my message? I bought it yesterday. I didn't, but yeah, you said something about closing. Any reason BNet is going up? It's got no ETF exposure, right? It might have some now, or it might be getting some ETF exposure now. But I don't think ETF exposure would be helpful today, given that everything is selling off like crazy. Nice, Cripple Mule. Well done. Can you show us the daily? I love the daily candle. It's beautiful and big and red. It's very red. Jesus Christ, I have a lot of lines on this chart. If we go under 53.90 today, that's actually bearish as fuck. Just so you guys know. Hmm. What kind of non-farm payroll data can keep this thing going down? Um, hmm. I would say either a big miss or hmm. Big miss or hot. I think it's hot. That's gonna be pretty telling. Average asking prices San Diego's been consistently dropping over the last few months. Yep. I call bullshit that anyone can rent cheaper than a mortgage. You definitely can. Mortgages are up like fucking 7% right now. There's other investments that gain value over time. There's so many disadvantages to owning over renting. It's a ridiculous argument. What was your down payment on your house that you made 50 grand on? What about the SOM rule for unemployment? That could have a big effect. It'll stoke more recession fears. Wheel manufacturer BBS files bankruptcy again. Dork's Miata dreams are ruined. All he wanted was dubs. Dude, do you know what mortgages cost right now? Who the fuck is renting a house for $2,000? Big deal's going off. What kind of shithole are you buying for $1,000 a month on a mortgage? The fucking median home price is like 400 grand. That's like $3,000 a month at 6% interest. With a what, like 20% down? Dude, where the fuck do you think there's cheaper houses? There's somebody gonna live like 85 miles outside of a city in the middle of the fucking woods? Dude's paying 1K a month for one of those free houses in Detroit. Renting a trailer space in the hood with water, electrical, sewage connections is $2,300 in the Bay Area. Okay, but like, I mean, the Bay Area is ridiculous, right? It's not like I'm using New York City as an example here, or like the immediate surrounding suburbs, right? Because the minimum home price there is like $1 million. But you've got to live in some ramshackle shithole to get $1,000 a month mortgage right now. Like an asbestos box. Sounds like you're describing my home. It costs more than that to kennel your dog for a week. My mortgage is $2,500 and I live in a 400K square foot house. Okay, so you bought your house, what, 5-10 years ago? At fucking 1% interest? Where the fuck do you live? A flood zone? I look at real estate data every week. There's like 8 houses in the United States with that much square footage for that cheap. Is it like a farm? Does it have running water? $1K mortgage is $150,000. You're not describing where it is. Because there's only like 2 desirable places to live in Indiana. Maybe 3, right? You have like Lafayette, Carmel, and maybe like Muncie, but that's a shithole, right? Um, and if you live anywhere outside of these 3 places, you live on a fucking farm. Indy's a shithole. No one wants to live there. That's might as well just live in Gary or fucking Chicago, like South Chicago. I'd rather be homeless than live in Indiana. You're not alone. I'm shocked you think they're desirable cities in Indiana at all. Well, I mean, desirable for Hoosiers, right? I'd rather be Massachusetts poor than Indiana rich. I know, I kind of. It's kind of like traders who are like, I'm gonna move to Puerto Rico so I don't have to pay taxes. And I'm like, why don't you just make more money instead of moving to Puerto Rico? never been a proud Hoosier. I've lived in tons of states, and my wife's family's here, and she won't leave. I'm sorry to hear that. I never thought of that. Thanks. I'm cured. You're welcome, Trash. I'm glad to be of assistance. No taxes, no electric. I was in Indiana for 9 years. I couldn't get out fast enough. It's so fucking boring. You know, I will give Indiana this. There were a few good places for food. There was this barbecue place that was run by these guys that looked like they just crawled out of a fan boat in a Louisiana swamp, and they had the best fucking barbecue I've ever had in my life. I've never actually been to Boise. I've like driven through it, but I've never been there. I've never been to Indiana, but from hearing how terrible it is, I never plan to. You've made a wise choice. How much was your down payment on your house, Big Dill? And I'll tell you, if you tell me, I'll explain to you why buying a house isn't the best investment. 'I sit on my computer all day, but like I also have access to Michelin star restaurants, services, hospitals. How much was the down payment on your house when you bought it? What was the 20%? 80 grand? And you're up 75%? So your house has performed worse than my overnight straddle. I said 75, but it's probably more. You have risk? It was delta neutral. Come on, Gherk, that's not even fair. I mean, he had to live in Indiana for 5 years for those gains. I'd rather take the risk. Can we just go to 5,400 already? I'm like really tired of waiting for this shit. Apple is seriously overvalued. They better mega beat. They're gonna have a hard time doing that, I think. I've had a house for 2 years now, and the cost to carry is atrocious. It's like fucking 15 grand a year in property taxes. I've had to fix all kinds of stupid shit. No one wants to fucking buy it because it's too expensive. If you don't need to sell your home, then you become the landlord and make more money. Provided that you have like net positive cash flows off of your rentals. I put 8K down. Mortgage is 16, up 200K, bought in 2020. I like this to just keep going down and not fucking bounce again. That'd be really nice. VIX is at 1920. Yeah, let's get to VIX 20 today. We deserve it, right? Hmm. Dip buy is getting stuffed. Hold on. My first house in Muncie, I still own and rent it out. which is fine until you get, a meth head in there, which is like 70% of Muncie's population, and they turn it into a crack house, and then you've got $80,000 in repairs before you can rent it again. Does owning a home in Muncie automatically make you a slumlord? No. Rents are cheap right now. Nobody can afford to pay their mortgages. At what point does drug empire need to step in and provide basic housing, food, and utilities in order to keep their customer base alive? Hmm, it's a good question. I don't think that's a concern. My treasuries are mooning right now. All right. Mm, Is there no bottom in the SPX today? I don't see us getting a lot lower than 5,400. We may not even test that, depending on profit taking here. But we could. It's a little bit of support at 5,410. It's not great support either. And we're starting to get long puts to the downside of 5,400. But we're getting some vol shorting. MQs at resistance or support. Yeah, we'll see if it becomes resistance. Profit margins are high enough, they don't care about their well-being. You just need a low enough turnover that you don't scare off new clients. Or just, you know, you could be a drug dealer and sell drugs that aren't like lethal. Make less money, but you know. You tried Bird Box in New York City? I've heard of it. It's like fried chicken, right? I don't think it's like a chain, isn't it? What expiration do those long puts below 5,400 have? They're being bought for today. Hmm. The profit taking on zero GTs bounce this hard as fuck? Yes. Well, I expect this to bounce 200 bips overnight because bulls have pulled this bullshit before. I do think it would be hard, if not impossible, this time. It'd probably be pretty difficult. I'm finally not underwater on my IWM cover call that expires in 2 weeks. Do you think IWM has a V bounce back in that time, or is it still a bag of hot garbage? It could definitely bounce. There's still a shitload of calls on the chain. No, like a fast food chain. Happy 11 months, Gherkin. Thanks to the daily streams. Thanks, Cinnamon Pinecone. I'm still long oil. But we're about to go to war with Iran. What are you freaking out about? One down day after a 5% bump and you're losing it? Stop being so flighty. Peso dollar? What are you trying to do with it? I might be a little bearish as the yen comes back to prominence. Hmm. What are your thoughts on uranium being down 8% today? No? Looks like commodities everywhere. doing a bit of a shit day. I don't think it's necessarily uranium specific, right? Like geopolitical risk premium falling off a little bit, and then fucking terrible Chinese manufacturing data. Hmm. You could sell short dated puts against it if you want. But I mean, if the market keeps dropping, they're just going to keep picking up delta. You could roll them. You could trim them and get out of the money positioning. Perpetual inversion. If JPOW doesn't cut rates in September, we're going to probably reinvert, right? Are there any long oil pickles picks in the last 2 months I can check out? I was long UCO till yesterday, but most of the stuff is pretty old. How? I think there's I was getting leaps on Hal for a little while there. Still am. Might actually buy some more. But all the people that just bought bonds seems painful. Yeah, could be. You sticking to 40C on Hal? I took profits on a bunch of them when it ran up before earnings. Um, but I might pick up some new ones. Uh, if it gets back down to like 32 or 32.50. Not yet. I want to get them here, but a little lower and I might. Hmm. Do we get another good treasury buy opportunity in this adventure? I could go for some of that. Well, since the market's trying to price in rate cuts before they happen, it's probably going to shoot inflation up. And if that happens, then there's a better than zero chance that yields end up moving back up again. Sub 53.90, end of day. Let's fucking go. Yeah, 410's a decent support here. Hmm. Sorry, platform stuff. All right. What's going on? Hmm. These breakouts all just get crushed by the MM. Might fill the gap, but then what? Um, this is all the unloading big participants can do today. No, we could keep going down. Who attempted to pick up some GoEV CSPs here? I want more. We're getting kind of close to the ETF FTD period. 187. Kind of waiting till we get back around like 160 or 150. It's still getting shorted pretty heavily. And there's some liquidity, so it can keep going down a little bit. I sold the 410 put. I really hope I don't get fucking blown up on this. The bar rate's starting to rise again. Good. Yeah, I'm not convinced either, but it could. I mean, potentially. I think there might just be too much CS like CSP selling at $2. Earnings data tonight is pretty much make or break for any sort of rally. Uh, yeah, probably. Mm. Well, this is a lot of weakness into the back half of this week, right? That's not a good sign for next week. Oh, speaking of which, just so you guys know, Monday and Tuesday, I may not be around. Next week. I wish it was a vacation. Well, there goes my port. It's appreciated. It would have blown through my 19th port this year if it wasn't for hedging. However, I'm getting tired of managing risk. It's too safe. Maybe a 20th port would be okay. Also, can you check Tesla and SMCI for me? What do you want me to check on them? I don't know what that means. Tesla falls through delta neutral at like 213, which it looks like it's on its way to doing. And then SMCI's next major support's 250, which is a pretty decent support. I'm unsubbing for those 2 days. I'll kick you out of the beta. And I'll check your logs. Not anyone else, just you. I'll still be around at night and I'll do the write up and everything. I'm just not going to be around during the day. Should let one of us guest host those 2 days. Never. You don't even know who my other zillionaire account is after you decided to ban me for bigotry. But I don't care. Could you put the stream up? Maybe. Yeah. No, there'll be a Sunday stream. I'm just not going to be here. I might even be back before market close both days, but I might not be. It's in the Dillionaires chats, so unless you're a Dillionaire, you can't see them, Sean. Monday, oil change. Tuesday, second oil change. No, I have 2 doctor's appointments. One Monday, one Tuesday. And then I have other shit to do with the house. Is it going down with NQ going up? I don't know. That's weird. End of day prediction? I don't know. Maybe we get back to... Could just reject here, I suppose. Hmm. Good Pontiff, I will trade NDX exclusively and coif myself with a Monopoly Man mustache. Nice. Mm. Mm. 50k swings per second sounds regal. That's assuming a lot of liquidity on on the spread on NDX. How's Charm looking? Super fucking negative. You think it's unreasonable to make 1% of your port per day on just straddles and strangles? Yeah, you could do that. I don't think that's unreasonable. Average. Over time, you should be able to beat that if properly managed. Might end flat from here, but it's unlikely anyone sticks their neck out to buy substantially. I mean, what we might get is profit taking from the in the money puts between 25 and 45, which could have a pretty significant impact. Mm, NQ looks pretty good. The polo bar? Yeah, it's good. It's dated, but they have like a really good burger. It's that time again. Yep. Hmm. Hmm. Holding up above 26. Need to break 30 in order to move up substantially. So like 30, 32. Every time I watch prawn, I get butterflies when they show up a close up of the guy's buttermilk stick. That's I switched to beaver bumper, but now I only search for ones that have big man and pink canoe. What do? Also, win collar stream. Hey, Amo. I never knew that buttermilk didn't taste buttery. It's gross. It's acidic. Kendra would make an excellent guest on the show sometime. Just saying. What's with the ads? I don't know. Fucking Google missed earnings. I thought I turned them off yesterday. Yeah, you shouldn't be getting shit right now. If we break 32, this shit's gonna get spicy. Oh, there's the test. Do it. Pump it. Holy shit. Welcome back to Pigeon Whale, Kendra. I'm about to be back for good. Is this a spite pigeon whaling? Oh no, now the white is gonna rain down on the pores again. That's how it goes. Pigeon whale just got a whole lot stickier. You know what's done amazingly? That 5410 put I sold. I'm happy I did that. Is 40 resistance? Shouldn't be. 5472 ES. No. That shouldn't matter much either. The same time you sold the 5410, I bought a 395.80 debit spread. Why did you jinx my position with your sold put? I mean, the drop had to end somewhere, right? Jesus Christ, it went on all fucking day. full recovery by tomorrow. That'd be fucking awesome. I'm definitely straddling tonight. I agree it had to end. Why not end at 53.80? Well, we had all those in the money long puts, right? And they're all 0 DTE. So there's going to be some profit taking eventually, and then that just needed to be levered up. Hmm. If we fail here, what do we fall back to? 15? That's never going to get cheap. Let's see where we are in 8 minutes. When you say straddling for tomorrow, do you actually mean 1 DTE? Yeah, I do. Tomorrow positioning looking more bearish than bullish. I haven't looked at tomorrow's positioning yet. Finally got workload under control and the new baby on a schedule, so I have a little extra time to share my poetry here. Awesome, man. Well, it's good to have you back. What do you think of Snap these days? I don't really have any thoughts on it. I don't use it. Why not strangle? I thought with vol this high. Well, we'll see. Depends where, like, I think we might close near 54.50, and if we do, I probably would rather have the straddle than the strangle. Because I think vol will dive if we make the rest of that move up. Hmm. B, because I want the If I'm gonna have to buy at a major level, I'd rather just buy at the level than outside of it. If we have a bullish or bearish trend tomorrow, it'll be harder to get out. Like if the overnight is super bullish, right? Or super bearish, it'll be harder to get out of the other side if I do a strangle. We have what? Apple and Amazon earnings tonight. Let's say they shit the bed. We drop, then I could still maybe get out of the call. Do a strangle. Gonna need a bigger move. Hmm. If we slip below 53.90 tomorrow, are we going straight to 52.60? 53.75. And no, there's support and resistance in between here and there. Tax broke long-term support. I know. Probably gonna buy some more after the dividend. $3.44. How many of the 350 Gary V pits or pickle jar sold pits September 20th? I'd imagine some of them probably are. Are we still allowed to post tasteful nudes on the Discord? No. What? IWM looks very ready to head back to 200. I think all the calls are almost out. We'll see. Hasn't broken 15 yet. Oh, you piece of shit. Actual head and shoulders. Boop. Hmm. Let's support there. Okay, so not a great ramp to the downside. But a ton of resistance at 40 and 45. So we might close under 50 tonight. Maybe. Or they gap this up super hard right now. Yep. Discord kicked me again. Why does it keep fucking doing that? Oh, there's 50. Are we here introducing forecast contracts? I have no idea. IBK already has the yes-no contracts. Am I going over Fubo in your end of day? I'll just do it right now. It's super illiquid. It has a bunch of stuff coming up. I don't know if any of that can be bullish with IWM dropping 300 points a day, but I guess we'll find out. If this crashes back to 45.15, I'm gonna be super fucking pissed. I'm gonna get my straddle. This fucking stupid bullshit. What is that making noise? I guess I could do 40.50. Big old fucking short. I want to get the 50 now. What time are you picking me up Monday from the airport? 8 a.m. Hmm. You staying out till Apple and Amazon print? Yeah, probably. Nice LSC. Interesting. 50? Dad, the market's being wonky. I don't dislike it, but I'm also not entirely a fan. I'm surprised they kept pushing through all the rejections. Pretty impressive. It's really not a lot of call interest here. So I guess it's just puts taking profits level by level, but let's see if Tim Apple ruins everyone's week. That's how I landed my wife. You just kept, ah, okay, nice. PAX earnings were earlier today. They were pretty good. I didn't think they were bad. Like revenue and EPS were only down a little bit, and they acquired 2 portfolios in the last quarter. Ding ding. Oh, like right at the technical level. Let's see how Apple and Microsoft or Apple and Amazon do. we've got a quadruple bottom on the long-term trend now, after bouncing off of it today. It was a good opportunity to sell some 0 DTE puts. This has still been a very strong support. And also, below that, we start getting more sell-offs from CTAs. Looks like maybe not so good news from Apple. Commodities sold off a little bit today. Part of that PMI data. Part of that the market tanking. Also, dollar caught a nice bid today on the Bank of England rate cut. So none of that particularly great for commodities. Dollar up a little bit, yields still just cratering. So the entire bond market's pricing in a yield curve on inversion right now. Although the funny thing about that is it's probably going to lead to more inflation, not less. But we'll see if it happens in time. Correlation broke down pretty hard after our loss of 55.50 this morning. Recovered a little bit into the end of the day, but not very much. USD JPY is still bleeding off. Forward yield on volatility is kind of in check. I think we hit a high of like 7.5% today. Closed the day with it at 4.46 and climbing. We're starting to get around the levels we were at in March, the last time there was a rate hike threatened by the BOJ. But we have a long way to go before this normalizes, right? So, it's only just begun. Until down over 15% post-market. I said it was garbage. Bond vol kind of flat yesterday, interestingly, but correlation still churning up. Looks like a little bit more tail risk hedging. 67.39% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average, and correlation between VIX and cash VIX moving up even high to a new high this week at 57.31%, which is awesome. And Fed fund futures now pricing in a full 3 rate cuts by January. Had a little bit of a pullback of some of the labor data this morning, and then ISM PMIs. I mean, this is we're starting to price in a recession. The bond market's going to start getting scared. Big oof for Amazon. Excellent. That's what I like to hear. What about Apple? Eh. They haven't announced anything yet, right? It's already fucking down. Oh wait, that's AMD. Down. It's already down 1%, 1.5% today. How important is this level? Ooh. You put 700,000 into long Intel? You know those are all fake, right? Tomorrow we find out about the SOM rule with the unemployment data. All right. Well, anyway, we'll see what happens with Apple. Obviously, that's going to be the major mover. Thank you guys so much. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Later.